Good evening and welcome. So, can you keep warm, everyone? I certainly can. So, after dinner today, I said to the kids, "Hey, let's go outside. Let's go for a walk." So we go for a walk, and they take their push bikes, scooters with them, and then we walk. And as when we are about as far away from the house as possible, thunder, rain starts pouring down, and the kids are go like, "Bye," and they drive home, and then I just stroll home, getting pouring wet, and it's still a million degrees and 100% humidity. And I just haven't been able to stop sweating since then. And I'm standing here with my fan next to me, and it's not helping. So, yeah, welcome to the tropics. Yeah. The worst thing is just high humidity. It's not the temperature. It's probably only, I don't know, 28 degrees, or maybe not even, maybe even 25 or something. But if the humidity is high, then there's just no way of getting rid of the heat. So, yep, I'll be a puddle of sweat by the end of the stream. Yay. So, how are you guys doing? When I was asked by a company sort of who wanted to sponsor some content, and they were like, "Can you tell us something about your demographics?" And I just go like, "Well, yep, male, 30s, have a degree, probably in engineering or computer science. Is that good?" With this weather, we made pizza and stayed in the kitchen afterwards. It was impossible. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Just the oven and all that. Ugh. Yeah, you gotta find somewhere. Luckily, my lower floor is kind of chilled. So after the stream, when it's a million degrees up here, then I just retreat down to my living room where it's nice and chill and just relax. So I guess I think that demographic description is probably pretty apt. Live in a semi-arid state with excellent air conditioning. Yeah, there is no air conditioning in Denmark. It just doesn't exist. Houses do not have air conditioning. Like shopping malls and stuff have air conditions, but not private houses. They just don't. That's just how it works. So we suffer through the heat. I've always thought like when I went to Dubai, and people were like, "Oh, wasn't it hot?" It's like, no, it's freezing cold. It's freezing cold in Dubai because it's like indoor. Then you're always in air condition. You walk to your indoor parking lot. You walk into your air conditioned car. You drive to another indoor parking lot, and then you walk directly into a air conditioned building. And then only in the evening, where around 10 o'clock, you go outside and then just turn into a puddle of sweat, and then go back in and go like, well, most of the day was pretty chill. So yeah, 34 degrees. That sounds horrible. Normally a swim by the lake would do the trick, but currently on quarantine. Oh, you're on quarantine. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, oh yeah, but the sea is boiling, so you can't jump in the sea to yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So that is a bit of a challenge for us to stay cold. I mean, it's not the worst around here, but then again, I am more accustomed to cold weather than hot weather. I don't mind the cold. Usually, I mean, that's also always what you say during the summer. You go like, it's so much nicer when it's too cold instead of too hot. And then in the winter you go like, no, it's much better when it's too warm than too cold. That's how it is. 17 inch air, so nice and cool. Oh yeah, well then that might be a bit low, but you know, that's nice. That's nice. Currently the thing of the past here in the States. Well, actually, there's a bit of a drama with regards to the San Diego TwitchCon, because Comic-Con was just completed at the same venue, and they require, and it's much bigger, so they required proof of vaccination and masks. And then TwitchCon has the same venue a couple of weeks later or a month later, and then goes like, nah, we don't care. And I guess there's a bit of an uproar about it. So yeah, how mega is mega. Hope you have an amazing stream as usual. Thank you. I don't know. We'll probably only make it a third of what we can do, but you know, it's all about selling it. It's bigger than I usually build it, so it'll be big. It's designed for 545 circuits per minute, and I think that's a lot. Hello, PTTR, good to see you. Yeah, but we'll probably only build it like a third, so it's going to be 181 or something. Love the code, but I'm in a state where it goes from -10 to 38 to 40. Okay, that sounds like, what, I don't even know what it's called. Huh. It's just generally like the climate with where you're near the ocean, and then the temperature doesn't fluctuate much, and then because that of the ocean serves as heating, and then that's like Denmark. It's just basically in Denmark. It's basically like spring and fall. There's never really a winter. There's never really a summer. It's just spring and fall. Mainly just fall all year round. But then you have like the -10 in the winter and 40 degrees in summer. Like Michigan, yeah. Yep, that's inland climate. I think it's like inland climate or something. I don't know. Like when you're far away from the ocean, then you don't have that to sort of regulate the temperature. Don't know. It's all good. It's all just gonna get hotter or colder or something. It's gonna be different. Like it's still like you. There was just a big flood in Kentucky, right? At the same time, there's massive droughts and forest fires in California. I know it's a big country, but it's still like, damn, having floods and droughts to deal with at the same time. Do you have White Christmas in Denmark, or is that never snow in December? I think that most adults can remember a White Christmas from their childhood, but the last one I remember was in 2009. Don't think I remember any. Yeah, continental. Okay, yeah, continental. That makes sense. Don't think we've had White Christmas since 2009. That was like a lot of snow. So, you know, it's all. Back when I was a kid, it snowed every Christmas. And the summers were warm. And all that stuff. That's how it goes. You have these fond memories, and then you just extrapolate that all of it must have been those fond memories. It wasn't. Most of the time, it just wasn't. Uphill both ways. Yep. Third or fourth, once in a 1,000-year flood of the year in the States. Yeah, I think those once in a millennia, once in a decade, once in a century, those terms have kind of lost their meaning when they happen. Also, like, I heard that in the US, like, the concept of fire season was kind of a moot point because it's kind of all year round now. I'm like, oh yeah, well, that kind of sucks. Snow on Halloween, 50% of the years. Huh. Yeah. I guess we'll just have to adapt. Or perish. I guess. Go somewhere else. Or, yeah. Embrace it? Yeah. I mean, it's not like there's any momentum towards actually doing something about it, so it's probably better to accept that I mean, if we have plans of living on Mars, that is pretty inhospitable climate, so yeah, we can probably live on Earth if it's a couple of degrees hotter and there's water 2 meters high. Yeah, I mean, hell, it sucks. Every year, once in a blue moon, we get it. The infrastructure isn't designed for what is going on. Yeah, I remember that. That's also like a lot of infrastructure upgrades where it's like, yep, the sewer system is designed only to be flooded with a once in a century flood, but those come every year now. Like, well, I guess I think it's designed towards once every 10 years. That's something like if the sewers flood once every 10 years, then you'd build it correctly. That's at least around here. Because if you build it bigger than that, you just wasted capacity most of the time. But if once in 10 years is happening several times a season, then maybe the definition of once every 10 years isn't really meaningful anymore. Well, back my place had snow in the spring. Oh, I remember snow on my birthday on the 22nd of April. It's happened 2 times. Yeah. Well, what a depressing line we went out on here today. Sorry about that. Yeah, because the sewer pumping station can't keep up. Yeah, there's a place on when the main motorway heading into Copenhagen from the north. So right before it sort of enters there, at the end of the motorway where there's the first traffic light, right there is below a railway bridge, and that part is always flooded. When it floods, there's like a meter of water there, and there's always some idiot who gets stranded there. That's like, it's such a classic. It's always like, oh, there's a flood. Let's go to that place, because that's where all the news anchors are standing there like, yeah, this is an unbelievable flood we have here. Look, there's a car going into the giant puddle. Yep, that's the same place. Only idiots who are there are the weathermen and newscasters. Yeah. Hottest 10 years on record are only missing 2011, 12. All the years on the past 10. At present, yeah. Did I miss anything? A bit of environmental despair. Yeah, now to turn a different planet into an ecological nightmare. Yep. But you know, it's if we have to turn planets into ecological nightmares, let's settle for the virtual ones, right? The virtual planets can be turned into virtual nightmares. That's probably better. They get out of the car, look under the bonnet, and are like, why is it not running? Yeah, because it's underwater. Like, there are fishies swimming through your engine. That's why. Yeah, I mean, some vehicles can deal with it, but I don't know how. I'm quite suspicious about how an electric car is working when it gets flooded. I believe it's like diesel cars are actually fine as long as they don't get into the exhaust. Like, fine, but I believe that's when you have, as long as you get the exhaust up, then you're fine. But then again, I don't know anything about cars, but I just wouldn't imagine that a fully electric car that's like, there's just the one little drop of water and then there's no electricity anywhere. And then you're not going anywhere. Yeah. I don't know, Tesla can be submerged, no problem. Well, that's also a problem. Like, I talked to some firefighters, and they have, in Denmark, and probably everywhere else by now, they have special containers for electric cars, because you can't put out a fire on an electric car. So what they do is, if there's a fire in an electric car, they send for the special container, and it's a container full of water, and then they take a lift, and they grab the car in flames, just drop it in the container of water, and they go like, that's it. Not dealing with it. So, yeah, it's impossible to yeah, foam is not really just a truckload of sand over it. Yeah. But they have a special container specifically designed for putting out fires, and let's call them electric cars and not just Teslas, but those are mostly Teslas. But that's like, yeah, pouring water on an electrical or a battery fire is not going to do anything. It burns so hot that it just evaporates the water immediately. So, not going to help. And you can't cool it down, and you can't choke the fire. Not easily, at least. So, yeah. Magnesium steel, magnesium alloys, steering components can't be not put out too. Yeah. Magnesium burns so hot that if it's hard to make it go on fire, but it has a really nice white light. I used to get like magnesium strips from my mom, who took them from the lab, and then you could sort of made homemade fireworks with magnesium strips. It was a pain in the ass to get it on fire, but it burns really it burns really bright. About having an EV in my garage. Just happy the garage is separate from my house. Why would you be more? You'd rather have like 50 liters of highly flammable / explosive material just next to your car, and have an engine that is generated to ignite that. I don't know why that would be safer. I don't know why that would be a better idea. Yeah. Head of termite. I don't have no termite. So it's just that we are. It's because it's new. Then it's got like, oh, but it's like I love when people go like, oh, electric cars are so flammable. Like, you mean more than 50 liters of gasoline? No, I don't think so. It's true that they are. If they catch fire, they're not hard to put out. But let's try to avoid that. If fire hazard was a concern, then there wouldn't be any traffic, right? Because gasoline does not tend to ignite itself. That's actually not very true. If you're standing in the middle of a lake of diesel, you cannot light a fire. But if you're standing in the middle of a pool of gasoline and then you think about lighting a fire, the spark, then the whole thing will blow up. Because it doesn't need a lot of oxygen to oversaturate. And gasoline vapors are pretty bad. Yeah, gasoline vapors can light at minus 30 degrees or something. So it's not like you need to warm up the gas first, which is what you do with diesel. You sort of have to warm up the diesel to 180 degrees before it starts, or before the diesel starts evaporating at a temperature, evaporating gases that can catch fire. So you have to warm up the diesel before it actually gives up the combustible gases. That's why if you see a truck driving with diesel, it is only marked as I don't know if this is European classes, but it's only marked as class 30, which is just flammable. But like hazard class, and while gasoline is marked as 33, which is highly flammable / explosive. Very big difference on how combustible it is. Needs more compression to ignite. Gas can ignite from fumes. Well, diesel can also evaporate from fumes. You just need to heat up the diesel first, but that's not how it works in engines. But if you just have a pool of diesel and then you try lighting it, then you sort of have to hold the match, or not the match, but the torch at it for a while until it starts heating up the gas to 180 degrees ish, and then it starts giving off combustible fumes, or vapors. Need an external source to ignite them, while batteries seem to ignite themselves, like in phones. That's really just the car industry talking, because where do you have gasoline vapor that doesn't have a million things around it that can cause sparks? Like, a car is designed to make sparks, and it's full of metal on metal. So like, if you sort of have a plastic container of gasoline, yeah, sure, but that's not what you have. You have it inside of a car that is full of things that make sparks, electricity, metal, spark plugs. So yeah. And one of the worries of EU was that they were silently dangerous to pedestrians. What's the word? Yeah, I remember that. I remember there were talks about electric cars had to have like car sounds because they were dangerous to pedestrians. Like, fuck off. Then all bikes need that as well. Maybe watch yourself. Yeah. That's an issue for blind people walking down the road. Yes. Well, blind people should not be walking down the road. Sorry to say that. That's like, don't walk on the road if you're blind. It's a really bad point, and it's something that's like, it just screams auto industry lobbying bullshit. Like, oh yeah, think of the blind people. Like, oh yeah, right, you kill hundreds of thousands every year, but let's think about the blind people, because the blind people might be hit by an electric car if they're walking in the middle of the road. And I don't know, it's yeah. Yep. And like, bikes don't have that, and most racing bikes, because you want to save weight, they don't have like a bell or anything like that. So because you want to save weight, when there's this 45-year-old who's clearly 20 kilos overweight who bought a bike for, I don't know, 10,000 euro, because then it's 800 grams lighter. Well, maybe stop eating so much, and you could save those 10,000 euro. But certainly, you can't afford to also put in the wait for a little bell so it goes ding 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 if you want to pass someone. So instead, you're like behind. Yeah, don't like bikes. Yeah, that's another matter. Yeah. Dog almost ran in front of an EV the other day that drove up behind them on a walk. She never heard the car. Good EVs are needed. Yeah, I mean, what is that car doing on the road? What is that dog doing on the road? I mean, I don't see how that's different from riding a bike or anything like that. I mean, the whole argument, I can't believe that I have to defend the point that no, you want things to make as much noise as possible. Like, that is the shittiest argument ever. Like, you're not... Like, everything must make a noise all the time because otherwise we can't navigate exclusively by sound. Like, that's not how it works when you're around people. Just... Everyone, start screaming because there might be someone who hasn't seen you. Yeah. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, this is such a clear thing about. It is exactly the same kind of argument about like, oh, because of the television, the kids will never go outside again, and because of the radio or the microphone or the gramophone or whatever, the kids will never go outside again, and they'll be socially inept and computer games, and it's the same argument. It's a Luddite argument. Yeah. Just like clip a playing card onto the spokes of your Tesla. Yes, click, 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 click. That is exactly what we need to do. Yeah, that is exactly. Yeah, I'm just. It's just those arguments. They just are very reminiscent about all this insert new technology is bad for the kids. Like, yeah, well. Apparently, radio did not corrupt an entire generation, and neither did the gramophone or the, I don't know. And there's always these kind of things where, really? Is that, when you just look a little bit back on it, like, the idea in 30 years that people were arguing that electric cars should make noise, otherwise they were dangerous. Like, what? Yeah. Forces manufactured or add noise to EVs, I think. Like to the point above. Yeah. But then you could just crank up the stereo and just blast the stereo everywhere you go. And when your neighbors complain, you go like, no, I just want to make sure that I don't hit some poor fella's dog. So I have to do it. Even when coming home in the middle of the night. I don't want to hit something. So I gotta be... it's all about the safety. Someone needs to walk in front of the car with a lantern and signal the car is coming. Yep, that is exactly true. Exactly. That's a brilliant analogy. Like, yep. Like, cars are fine, but someone needs to walk in front and just warn that it's coming. Yep. Somehow that idea seems a bit ludicrous at this moment. But EVs is the lithium usage. That's probably my worst gripe with it. Also, like infrastructure, lithium is very limited on Earth. Lithium is not limited. It's just really difficult to extract, and it needs a lot of water, and it's pretty damn polluting. But if you want to go down that road, then how are you watching this stream? You're watching it on some kind of device that is chock full of rare metals, and they are destroying the earth, the extraction of that. So, like, we can all live in a wooden hut in the middle of the forest, and then just, well, not a wooden hut, a mud hut maybe, because wood, we don't want to be cutting down the trees. You got to do something, right? And yeah. Every element is limited on Earth. I mean, I think iron is pretty unlimited for our needs. Like, as until we get to the point where we start cooling the core of the earth to extract iron, then at that point we might start worrying a bit. Yeah, lots of cobalt. Cobalt is probably more concerning than lithium. Lithium is pretty abundant. It's just a pain in the ass to extract, but cobalt is, and nickel as well, because nickel comes primarily from Russia. That's not great. And cobalt come from like a few places. South America. So yeah. And you know, I think that being against EVs because they use lithium is a bit of a weird stance, considering like, well, it's an alternative to just burning massive amounts of oil, and that oil probably shouldn't be burned. Extracting, burning. Nickel comes from sulfite mines. They suck. Yeah. Spinning up. Same with more copper mines. Well, there we go. Domestic mining industries, huh? Yeah. I mean, it's still, no matter how you twist and turn it, any serious scientific study that is not sponsored by the automotive industry is clearly saying that EVs are just 75% less polluting than over the lifetime than in equivalent internal combustion engine. And that's better. No, it's not better. It's slightly less worse. And that's still a step in the right direction. Yeah. A very abundant near Earth flying. That there's no winning. Yes, there's no winning. There's just losing slower. Like, I like that. There's just losing slower. That's how that's how life is. Life is not about winning. You can't win life. You can just try losing slower. Woo! Hello. Finally Miss Timony is here. Now we can get started. All right, now that Miss Timony is here, let's get started on the game. Yay! And if you got tired of all this talk about environmentalism, you can thank Miss Timony for showing up so we can get started on the game. And the general, thanks, addicted to capital industry now. Cool. Even how we produce electricity nowadays. Look at that hype train. Let's get that out of there. See if we can get something different today. All right, so let's have a look at what we were doing here at the end of last time. Rebuilt this thing, which is a innovative branching off of the train line because we just didn't have enough space. So we now brought it up and brought it over. And then we have to figure out if we have room for 3 train stations over at this location. It's probably not possible because that one is there. I think that will be there. Yeah. And then we'll see how, maybe. We'll see. That's gonna be the first challenge of today, is see if we need to move the whole thing, and I think we do, because this is cutting it too close. And it's raining. Nope, I think it might work. It might just work. All right. It works. Yay! Happiness. Happiness all around. What? Oh, damn it, I'm out. Oh, no, none of that. Okay, so up here, this is where we have the next station. Oh, right, we have to just take out this part. We can take out this. This was a whole lot of... Nope. Yeah, so this is our circuit factory up on that bluff. Okay. This one should actually be, well, not like this. Yeah. Is this a hub station or remote station for collecting resources? It's neither. It's a station for bringing in copper and silica. Or copper and, yeah, copper and silica, and then make it into circuits. The non-oily circuits. How is this not possible to build? How is it just not possible? There you go. All of this is out. Alright, so I don't think I need to go back home just yet to pick up more stuff. Because we didn't have room at this level, so based on chat suggestions, we decided to bring it up. Yeah. And this one takes out. Perfect. And that goes away. And this goes away. And then we can replace it with these. And the next one. That should be fine. And then we can go up here. I don't know how I'm going to build this to make it look slightly less worse. Here, and we can build the last part. What? What? Oh, okay, that's just a hole. Just a hole. Oh, what? That is, oh, it's the right height. And you. Sweet. So that's done. I'm tempted to try out Lost Away again. Okay, I don't know what that is, so I don't think I'll join you on trying that. It was super awesome to play Oxygen Not Included yesterday. So much good support for it. It was really nice. So that was awesome. Surprising. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and then I need to bring it in there. Is that coated? Nope, it's just raining. That makes no sense, does it? How is this too sharp of a turn? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. One, 2, 3. Oh, it's not actually too sharp. It's the what? Yeah, that's definitely incorrect. There we go. And then I can take this out. Sweet. I was looking before because family. What? You built a huge base quickly. What? We're talking about the oxygen not included yesterday? This seems weird. That one? Should be right. Talk about it. Ah, right. And Dale the Will Morgan. Fit in my 4K hours of Victoria. Ooh, that's a lot. One, two, yeah, okay. No. Alright, so this is something. But these are oxygen not included. So far it is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But no guarantees of how long we'll play. It is a game that sometimes you just get tired of it and then I'll end it. Or maybe something else comes out. Maybe they announce the Factorio expansion just tomorrow and then, well, then that's the thing. Because that's exactly what we expect is going to happen, right? Yeah, yes, but it will definitely be tomorrow. So come on in tomorrow and then we can do some more oxygen not included. Oh, and that means I need to study before then. Ugh. Don't like that. This is an inverted ramp. Yeah. Yeah, that's at least one pillar of success. Yep. There. So now it's anchored of some sort, right? Got a big project. What? Got a big project working on. What? Toxic dot. What do you mean? Question. Oh, right. Sorry. I'm struggling at the moment with trains. Yeah, don't we all? Especially when it comes to fit in the items. I did make 2 small factories with multiple items to deliver into a big factory where it gets made into stuff out of manufacture. Any tips? Yes. Yes. Single items on trains. That's kind of what I would say. If you start having multiple items on a train, then how are you going to decide where they're going and why they're going there and when are they departing and when are they coming back? And you know, it's just an endless amount of headache that comes with that. Really think it should be possible to build it one up from this. But no. That's just no. Can't build it. Huh. Yeah. So that goes up. I don't like this kink here. I guess another way of solving that would be... That's actually a really simple way of fixing that. Looks nice. Yeah, the problem... kink shaming. Yes. I'll be kink shaming in a lot. Oh. That's bad. Why do you think this train is going that way? Because it's not. Maybe that's just how it works. Well, I also need to be able to get up there. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Okay. Right, so when it comes to trains, I'm sorry, that's not a good advice I gave you, but trains in Satisfactory are not very good. Like they are, this is the first implementation and it's really rough and it works fine. Okay, then, except it's not the first implementation and it's probably how it's gonna be and it's probably not changing. That being said, it doesn't change the fact that it's not particularly useful in its current state. That's kind of shitty. Should have done that one then. And therefore, it's about simplifying what you want the train to do rather than trying to make it do too much. And even, as you can see here, this is a problem that will manifest as I need a lot of room for multiple trains. What you can do with the train system is you can have multiple trains servicing the same station, as long as you have a stacker for it. Right, so this is our circuit factory. It is going to be like this eventually. This is the ratios, but this is what we want to build. So we're going to be designing it towards a 400 copper ingots because that's kind of the highest number that we have transporting. So nothing goes beyond a Mark 4 build here. I got always a solution with that point where I need to go to smart splitter, output from 3 wagons. Every wagon gets a smart that. Yeah, but I'm struggling with just to figure out to which station I should go. I got like 8 items, but should go into 3 wagons. Yeah, you made it way too complicated. The solution is don't make it so complicated. I know it's not particularly useful because you have already made it so complicated, but the answer is don't make it complicated. The system is not good enough to support that level of complication. It's the same. It's kind of the same thing when people come in Factorio and ask, can you make a train that can go to any station and pick up any resource and deliver it to any location based on supply and demand? And the obvious answer is no, but a more correct answer is yes. With mods, yeah, sure, but without mods, you can technically do it, but it would probably sort of equate to a PhD in some kind of computer science domain in level of complexity. But it is technically possible, but don't do it, right? So it's like multiple products, multiple stations, keeping track of it with filter things, then you get things stuck on the belt, and it's just, everything is just, I would not do it. It's too complicated for me, so I can't advise on it. I think that's like a more simple solution. That it's way too complicated for me to be able to recommend, or well, recommend anything except don't do it. Yeah. Technically, Factorio circuits are Turing complete. Yeah, but it doesn't take much to be Turing complete. Your toaster is probably Turing complete. So, but yes, you can build functional programming languages in Factorio, and the only thing that's sort of holding you back is the performance, and probably your own intellect, and your sanity is also definitely holding you back. If you have all the competencies to do this, then, and you don't do it, then it's probably because you're smart. It's a bad idea. It's one of those things where when you see someone who spent like 1,000 hours on building something and you go like, wow, that's so cool, I wish I could do that, and then you go like, yeah, but I'm not going to spend 1,000 hours plus having the competencies to do that. Yeah, okay, that's why this guy gets the credit for doing something really awesome. So better would be one train, one product. That's it. You can have, like, for this case, it's going to be copper ore inbound, and it's going to be silica inbound, and then the last one will be something circuits outbound. I don't even know if I want circuits outbound, but yeah. We talked about toast. So offers anything you need for programming. You have constants, variables, operators, and ifs. Yeah. Good evening, Eldarks. What a fancy, beautiful little diamond icon you have next to you. Had a really bad thunderstorm here a few hours ago. Broke the top of the tree here. Oh, nasty. Well, also, I was also out walking in a thunderstorm. Not intended. My kids abandoned me when it started raining, so I was all alone, and it was lightning and thunder, and I got scared, and there was no one to hold me. Merger. Yeah. I goes out here and then just pivots and go back to... This also needs liquids. Yep. I may regret this. By that I mean, this could also be just pointing that way and then just go up. Oh, that's just too good. Too damn good. Sweet. Yep, so this is consolidated from a long line here and goes up and goes back in here. Now, what we need to make sure of is wherever we get things up, that would be here. Or actually maybe on the other side. Maybe on the other side, yeah. Water is coming from somewhere down there. This works for saying water, so I can line up more water next to it. That can go on this line and then being pulled up here with a stupid amount of pumps. But at least we can get Mark II pumps and we can get Mark II pipes. So that'll make it easier. Right, so what are we going to do here? I'm going to get copper ore in, which I'll convert into copper ingots. Copper ingots will be consolidated from all this line going back here. And going in, and the copper ingots will be turned into copper sheets at a 1-to-1 ratio. Then I have copper sheets coming out here. Oh yeah, it's raining. Copper sheets coming out. And that will then go into... Nope, nothing will go in here. Copper sheets will go... something out here. And this will be... coming from that side, I guess. This will be silica coming in, right? Is it silica? Yeah, so I'm actually getting raw quartz in. So I'm getting silica produced here, which means silica comes out, which will then go into that one. Kind of weird, but it's a thing. That one? Nope. And this will then take Silicon circuit boards. So that gets the silica and the copper stuff we have up here. Comes out of that one, into here, and into there. You didn't forget the smelter for copper. I'm doing this instead. Copper ore to copper ingots. So technically, yes, I did forget the smelter, but technically, no, I did not forget the smelter. Thank you for freaking me out there. And this will then be our circuit board, which will consolidate. Okay. Which will then go back out here. One, two, three, four. Something like this. And go back. Yep. Or, no, I can't get it in between because then I can't use this one, and I do need that. There. So that is the build. Then we need to go back here and figure out how many of each. So it's going to be 15, 18, 11, and 11. So we're going to... The first one will be 11. Okay, so I guess we need to set up how many we need. We need... This is for the 11. 27 additional, I guess. Assemblers was 15. And I already have one. And then for here it was 11. So just 10 more. Yeah, so that's what I need to have at this point. Cable, reinforced iron plate, copper sheets, steel pipes, and lots of motors. Let's go back and grab that. What are we building? We're building a circuit factory. Currently we're going to be building at 1/3 of the max capacity. The max capacity will be 549. We're going to be building at 181 because that should be fine for us right now. And it's going to be a non-oil based circuit. Oh, and this one is also definitely going to be needed. Alright, and then we just pick up whatever we need. This was needed, right? Copper sheet, yeah. Get a lot of that. Cable. Oh yeah. That's cable. I have 500. Motors though. Steel pipe. Steel beam. No. Reinforced iron plates. That's over here. Good. Steel pipe is the only one remaining. There. Almost done. And then we just built the first line. Hello, heuristic. Thank you for the 19 months.
Welcome home.
Where is our... Here. So the first thing we do is... no. This is the first one. So we need 11 of these. And then the next one is 18, right? Yeah. That's a sneaky one. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. That might be a problem. 7. Yeah. 8. 18? Hey, Mies, thank you for converting your Prime to a regular sub. Thank you. So, what can that mean? Well, that can mean many things. If you are a pessimist by nature, you would think that, oh, okay, someone who wants to support but isn't planning on sticking around every month, so they just want to make sure that they support without bothering to come join the chat. That's a really weird position, though, to to assume that. Possibly go like, yeah, this is someone who wants to support but want to make sure that you don't miss a month. That's a much more positive way of looking at it. Yeah, that's 8. Oh, I shouldn't continue this because it's not working. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh yeah. 12, 13, 12, 13, 14, 15. Huh. Maybe we should delete all my factories and start from new one. No, I don't. One factory to make ingots, trains, getting them further. I mean, I can't tell you what to do because it depends on how much time you want to invest, and a lot of that sounds like a project that I personally would get stuck on that and just kill myself along the way. Yeah, so we need to expand further this way, which is absolutely not a problem. It's actually something I like, but it means that we have to kill the trees. Which isn't, I say it like it's a bad thing, but you know, it doesn't come, it's not difficult for me to accept that as a consequence of my action. Oh. Don't know if I wanted to reach all the way out here. Ah, that damn concrete. Looking at your stuff and gets jealous. Oh, don't be. I'm looking at other people's stuff and get jealous, so I think it's like a perpetual circle of jealousy, which is probably not based on fact, but just based on, oh, I wish I did that. I think everyone has different styles, and some will build really big but maybe sloppy, and some will build really, really organized but then not very big, and then, yeah. They're the people like me who don't build organized, and, well, I do build organized, but I don't build pretty. You know what, why not? Let's get a lot of this. What have the trees ever done to me? Everything. They're in the way of progress. So how many did I have here? Okay, so that's the, what? Okay, that's 12. That's actually too many. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I actually only need 2 more. I don't have to go as far out of here as I thought. Just looking at news plan, that's awesome. All right. Oh, wow. That's a lot of hours. But that's just, I mean, I also, every time I play Factorio, I learn something new, and then I go like, really? Is that how the priority is when doing that? Huh, okay, well, I didn't know that. Or, so, there'll almost always be more stuff. If the game is good enough, then there will always be more. Right. So if I build it here, then I'm going to need 1, 2 for transport, and then I can take all of this out again. Because I really don't want it to get that close to here. I'd like to actually have maybe 1 in, 1 more out.
tales of our
Oh,
endeavors proliferate.
Simeon, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. All right, and then we'll knock some of those out at the end, and then we have this lane for transport. I don't really like this view. I kind of want a middle of the pack. I like if I take this out, then there's too much room for transport, and if I build this, then there's not enough room for transport. It's kind of bad. Maybe I have room for it, right? I do need, like... It's not good. It's not good, because I do need several belts from one of these. There. If this one, then I'm going to get... what are the highest quantity? 720. So that's 2 belts inbound. And then 1 belt of copper. So I need 2 belts of silicon crystals. Don't care. Don't. And then 3 pipes for this whole build. Yeah, I don't care. That's not much. It took me 100 hours to consider what to build next. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could sort of have that tenacity, Simeon, and because then you could just be, it's an interesting point, because I'm like thinking back, like, oh, if I kept the first map, then I could have, but I wouldn't have, right? And that's the part, because I actually really like the early game, and I like the transition of just unlocking more stuff and getting more capabilities. And once you have all of it, then it just becomes, for me at least, it becomes like, all right, I need to make another 3,000 copper, all right, or 30 gigawatts. And then you just get started, and it's going to take forever to build. And at least from a content perspective, I just can't really do that, where it's like 2 weeks in a row we just built on the same factory. It's going to be awesome in the end, but I think I'm going to lose some people along the way. Right, so I will be taking a short break. 62 here. But thank you very much for your 5 gift subs. Super nice. All right, I will be taking a... Where is it? There. Short break. Be back here in 2 minutes. All right, we are back. Okay, let's look at what I need to bring up here. I need to bring, yeah, 2 products up. And then potentially also 1 product down. So that could be like this, or it could be next to each other. I don't like this part. I think it's too overwhelming when there's 3 things. But this also looks like a bit cramped, doesn't it? When you get to Mark 4 belts, are you using them exclusively, or you just still lower tiers when ratio? Wait, I have a very simple rule, and it actually works really well. So I distinguish between what I call a transport belt. Those are the ones that sort of transport along the lines, the main line of a manifold build. They will always be the highest tier, so I can throw as much resources down the line as possible. And I will then always make my branches off the main line with the lowest tier possible, because of the way manifolds work. I want to make sure that these don't fill up too quickly. Basically, I want as much as possible pushing down, because every time it comes to a here, it'll split 50-50. And if the belt comes in and I have 480 coming in, and this thing here is also a Mark IV, then I'm going to get 240 out, 240 onwards. At the next split, it's going to be 120 forwards, 120 to the side. And it's just not great from a manifold build. So what I'm going to do is have a fast as possible on the main line, slow as possible on the branches off. Because that means if I send 480 in, I'll only be branching off 60 to the side, 420 move ons, 60 to the side, 360 move on, 60 to the side, 300 move on, and so forth. That means the manifold will be quicker at building. Stoutwise, thank you for the prime and welcome to the community. Appreciate the new support coming in. Yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna do it this way, because I need more space. Mark 1 spurs. Okay, I didn't know it was called spurs, but okay, a through line. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. We'll keep assuming this is the thing and then kill the trees. Here. And you can take that out, and that one, and that's not correct. Right, so this is 1, 2, something, 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 something. Yeah. These 2 go up. Yeah. And then let's see if that fits. I should have 11 here. Yeah, 11. And the other one should be 18. Is this also a modular build? Yes, it is a modular build, technically, because it's only 1/3 of what I've calculated I can support. And if I then scale it up beyond this, then I can just build 2 more floors on top. And I think I'll build those 2 floors just for good measure. I mean, not build the... I mean, I built the floors, but not the actual content of the floors. Hello, Nathanias. Joined after watching your Dyson Sphere program on YouTube. Cool. Yep, don't worry. There'll be more Dyson Sphere. We're not done with that game for sure. They will be when the new release comes out. Then we will be jumping back into that. First priority. I'm looking forward to enemy mechanic there. I have no idea how many this is. Oh, right. So if this is 11, that must make this 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. 16. 17. Okay, so I don't even have a choice. Huh. I do have to get it one closer because this is not enough. Yeah, 17. Alright. Well, it's settled then. Take the last one of these out. I could also just scale them up, but now if I'm not scaling them up, well, then let's be consistent about that. Would you use 10% resources again on DSP, or is that just a good one-off chance? I would not do it again. I haven't done it before, and I don't want to do that because I think it's... I think that there's going to be some challenges in the beginning, but I don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be continuously fun. I think it'll be get old really quick that we are just basically sitting there, and I can't afford to build 10 assemblers, so I'm going to have to build one, and then we're just going to sit and wait for things to take 5 times as long time because I can't afford the infrastructure. It's just not as engaging. So that's not my intention to do that. I don't know if there's a smarter way to do this. This label moving would drive me mad in like 1 minute. Well, it doesn't take much more than 1 minute, so that's fine. I have good company while label moving, so it's alright. It's alright. And it has to happen. All this, good intentions. Not happening though. And that is going out. Sweet. So let's get the next. Hold on. Why are we actually building it here? Because it doesn't matter. But on the other hand, if I build it, instead of building it flush like this, I could build it like 1, 2. You know what? I think this is much better to do it this way. Then these are going to match as well. Do play Victoria to podcasts and videos, so probably just listen to those. But yeah, that makes sense. That is also how I think a lot of these things like should be done. Like just sitting there, and I have some things that I like to listen to if I'm sort of preparing a base for a video or something like that. And I like having something to listen to while doing that. How many? $72. So that's 9. Yep, 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. And final one. 15. Okay, this is also getting pretty close to the maximum throughput because I just need 15 of these. And then I'm gonna improve this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if it could then, or even if that's what I wanted, they would still clip, but it's still better like this. Having these aligned towards the inputs here. I put trees in display window cases and light them. Yes, that's not surprising, I guess. I wonder how many of these are misplaced. And I think I also need 15 of these. Hold on, if I need 15, shouldn't this be just going straight in? Yeah, absolutely. Huh. Well, good thing I'm building it like this, because that's now possible because they can go straight in. The bees are happy. Yeah, that's coming back to Valheim. Good. Right, 15 plus 15 plus 18 plus 11. That's the final numbers. How far does the train line extend south and west back to the central hub? South this far. That's not south. That's north. Not that far. Just over to the wall here, and then it bends over and then gets in by the encased industrial beam factory. All right, let me see. This is... Oh, it's 11. What? Shit. Okay, so it's not a direct insertion. That's sad. Oh well. I mean, it could be. If I slow it down and then... Oh, not my fault. Yep, you're right. You're right. So I could make it 15, slow it down so that this goes directly in here instead of doing manifold collection, manifold distribution. Just kind of feels weird that one of them is direct insertion and the other ones are not. I do like this though. Like, let's take a look at it. This will be silicon circuit board, and you require 27.5. So this would be down here, 27.5. And then go straight in. Let there be uniformity. But this is nice. This is nice. But on the other hand, if I did this, I could also just move him closer. Eh. So that should be 15. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Hello, J Bestman. Good evening. Alright, so we get our input here. Ah, how does that work? Someone said something about copy paste in Satisfactory. Yeah, this is the why the building these builds are probably is not very engaging, because once you know what to build, then you just spend the next 2 hours just filling in color, basically this color by number, right? Or good evening, Mark. Actually on vacation in Denmark right now, but good Wi-Fi here. Yeah, that's what we're known for. Good Wi-Fi and shitty weather right now. So whereabouts in Denmark are you, if you don't mind me asking? Basically somewhere in Jutland or somewhere near Copenhagen or that effect. Just seeing if I can... Ah, well, 2 for 2 are misplaced. Sweet. Hope you're enjoying your vacation despite going to Denmark for it. Why is there no lines? I made it significantly hard on myself because of this. By misplacing them, then everything gets misplaced. West coast of Jutland. As far away from Copenhagen as possible. West coast of Jutland. Well, I hope your German is on point, because that's the language they speak over there. As someone who does not play Satisfactory, curious if your builds would be normal size for a casual playthrough. I think they'll be bigger than a normal casual playthrough, but they're definitely not mega builds. Even though I call this a mega build, but that's if I build all parts of it, then I would say it's a mega build. Like, I don't know, how would be a good way of deciding whether a build is a mega build or not? Like, at least in my opinion, I would say like a good benchmark would be at least 100 machines producing something for it to be for it to be sort of considered a mega build, at least sort of by my completely arbitrary standard. They started building more for late game around the heavy modular frame. Yeah, that's kind of a good way of looking at it. It's just one of those things where if I build the circuits too small, then I'm gonna have to come back to it really soon, and that's just annoying to come back to a thing that you just built. Coming back to something you built 20 plus hours ago is fine, but coming back to something you built in the last stream because it's not big enough anymore, that's not good. Yeah, and it's one of those things, I think it's a super It's an interesting question. Funny thing you should say that. Shouldn't I be the one who says that your question is interesting and not you saying your own question is interesting? But it is an interesting question because when we see content creators who are not, let's say, native to factory genre or who are not native to Satisfactory but wants to play the game, and if you watch them, then it's like they build one of each machine building something and they go like, yeah, that's nice, good, onwards to the next, build something, and then you have like empty belts running into empty machines doing nothing at all most of the time, and then you come back half an hour and pick up 2 computers. All right, cool. And then and that just doesn't give like a really good impression of the game. Like, oh, a massive factory that kind of produces a computer every once in a blue moon or something, because yeah. But I mean, they've insisted on that's how the game should be, so that is how the game should be. But I do think that since the big content creators are the ones that attract new people, like most of you would play Satisfactory whether I play it or not. But let's say when, I don't know, Giant Waffle or someone who's not, who's also sometimes coming to this genre, or I don't know, Day 9, for example, play this. They have a good opportunity to draw in people who would never have bought this game except for that. But they will do that based on the performance of the creator, right? And if that's not going to be, if that doesn't look impressive, then you might not play it yourself. Everything at 140 plus is fine wage, good enough through the whole game, depending on the rest of the computer and supercomputer, of course. Yeah, of course. It also depends on which ones you prioritize. But you know. Well, I'd say math don't agree with playing like that. One machine for each stuff. Yeah, I know. But if we all know that, but that is just how a lot of people would be building it. But that's also like when playing Factorio, you also sort of have a tendency to just go like, well, I have 3 machines making green circuits. That should get us covered. Like, are you kidding me? All right, Trees, you're gone. I'm sorry, you might be able to stick around, but and that's sort of, but in Factorio you have the advantage that, well, when you realize the mistake, you copy paste some more and then you're good to go. Well, that's not an option in Satisfactory because you probably build it cramped in between all the rest of your factory, and therefore you can't just expand it. That's just, I'm just hypothesizing on how people would play it generally on the beginning, like not realizing that, okay, what is the scale that's reasonable for later on, and what's the balance between what I'm going to build right now and what I need to come back and build bigger later, because you don't want to build too big too early because that's a waste of time, but you also don't want to build too small because you also waste time there. And that's probably the hardest part of Satisfactory, is knowing the right scale of building something. But playing some DSP earlier today, and the machine zoop and easy building is just glorious. It is absolutely insanely good, and that's all. And on top of that, in Dyson's web program, you always have another planet available. So if you don't have enough planet on your planet, or you don't have enough materials, then you can go like, you know what, I need some more copper. Let me find a planet that has copper, and then build some copper lines, and it's good. And then once you have that, you can just ship it off to the rest of the galaxy. And I think that's glorious, and it's kind of the intended way to play as well, I would say. While in Satisfactory, you are kind of playing and you're going to kind of being led to build too small. Right? There's nothing that guides you to build big enough. And that'll be sort of a learning for the first playthrough. Yeah. Completed phase 4 with one of each machine. Then having spent the last 1300 hours scaling up, it's my first playthrough. Yeah, okay. But that also means you spent 800 hours on completing phase 4. That's a lot of time since you spent... No, you spent 1000 hours. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, the quality of life in DSP is insane. Yeah. Like the way you lay belts, like it's just really like drawing over here, drawing there, copy belts inserted. There we go. Oh, well, I did buy a new lamp. Journey that was fun. Yeah, I mean, obviously. It is not like WoW where you just want to get to the end game so you can finally enjoy the game. Like, wow. That's also why I think such as the fly mod, for example, is completely... I don't care about it for everyone else's purpose. For me, it would be completely defeating a lot of the point of teching in this game. Because you have a fly mod, so you don't get happy to get the jetpack, you don't get happy to get... Blade Runners, you don't get happy to get anything. Learn nuclear before oil and change my core of my logistics. That's good. This afternoon I noticed that you started play to Oxygen Included and I missed the start. Oh, hopefully without too many mishaps. Nope, everyone's still alive. And Mark, you can also join in. It's named after patrons. So if you're joining, we're going to continue the Oxygen Not Included series tomorrow. So if you are keen, I suppose, on that and stay active when I'm about to consider whether I should have a new dupe, then maybe that's going to be you. I made a rule in this series, and I think it's a really good rule. Obviously think so. But it's a bit of a challenge. So basically, I decide when I want to add another dupe. Wow, that's a good rule. Except, if a new patron joins, like Templar, then I must get it immediately. The next possible moment, I must add another dupe with that name. But aside from that, so whenever we're just idling and go like, well, let's get another one, and then if there's a Mark in chat who goes like me, then it might very well be you. Yeah, but it is on my Twitch still, so you can still go watch the VOD. Not going anywhere. Well, it is going somewhere, just not immediately. Okay, let's go. It's not a merger. I need a splitter. Yeah. With a successive action not included on stream, if you consider it a success, of course, I do. Is that causing you to think through potential other older games you might want to dust off and try and stream? Not really. I knew that Oxygen Not Included would be very likely to be a success. I mean, I was also considering Sekiro, but that was not for any of your sake. That was purely for my sake that I want to play it. But I that would not be popular. There aren't really that many other good games. Like Factorio is an obviously other old game that could be fun to get back to, but I'd rather be a bit starved for Factorio content so that when there's news, then I can jump right in it and not be sort of, I've been playing it continuously for 5 years. 6 years. Yeah. St. Cabbage, the first thing St. Cabbage did was, of course, pee in the pool, but he peed only in one side of the pool, so it's all good. It was okay. By your design from your YouTube series, 4 foundations wide, rail on the joint between foundations. Nice. Cool. Yeah, only on the side of drinking. Well, I mean, they drank all the pee, and then after that, the pool was clean again. So I don't see a problem. Yeah. 50 gems in the main water supply. That can get tough if you need mush bars. Nah. It's not actually a problem. You just leave it. You just ignore it. Actually, it was surprisingly not a problem. They drank it a bit. No one got sick. No one got food poisoning because it's not much, and then it dissipates by itself anyway. A normal difficulty of stress isn't really a problem. I mean, there are two difficulties. There's no sweat and there's survival, and I play on survival, so I don't know if what you mean by normal mode that's what that means. Like, I'm not playing on any particular super difficult mode. I'm just playing on the normal survival mode. I'm not playing on the no sweat mode. I'm playing on survival mode. You almost ran out of food. And higher difficulties, but there aren't really higher difficulties. There are 2 difficulty settings by default, and then if you want it harder, then you have to sort of go into custom and just pull that slider all the way to somewhere. And I wouldn't call that harder difficulty. I would just call it custom difficulty, because it's not like it's a preset difficulty level. There are more settings when selecting survival. Just click survival, and that was it. I didn't have any other options. What was this? This was the moist copper, yeah? Moist copper. There. If I don't answer your question the first time, when it's a first-time chatter who comes in and asks something that is just annoying, then asking again is not going to achieve anything except just getting timed out. So if this was a question from someone who'd been subscribed 30 months, then I might sort of entertain the idea. But right now, it's just some random who comes in and tries to be annoying. So choose your next words with exceptional care. Like, basically, you show up at a party, and that's the first thing you ask the host. Like, no, maybe a hi, hey, how is everyone doing? Oh, it's cool. I learned you watched you since whatever, and then you can sort of go into your pet talks about whatever. But probably not a good opener, and that's where we leave that. Yeah, so aside from teaching you how to build repetitive build in Satisfactory, I can also teach you social etiquette. How about that? This side. Alright, another row. Hello, Merlin. Good evening. That's a factory. Thank you. Since valves were added to actually use them. Yeah, I think valves are sort of... You've really... all the places that people are using valves, they shouldn't be needed. And that's... Then I dislike it when you start using a feature to do something that it's not designed to do. Prevent weird mechanics of the fluid system. Then that's not great. I think I like the idea of having valves when it makes sense, such as, hey, I want 200 to flow this way and I want 100 to flow that way. Fine, that's what we should use valves for. But when it becomes like, well, I just better throw a valve in here because fuck this this fluid dynamics, I don't get it, it doesn't work, then that's a problem that should be fixed by developers, not by throwing valves between every building. Good evening, Jedi. Bye, Satisfactory, and I'm trying to follow along with your starter hub. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a video for it, obviously on YouTube, and that's also like where I actually build it as a stream, so you can sort of see the details and stuff like that if need be. But I think the starter hub is something I've built, I don't know, long ago, and then I sort of refined it in every build, and now that's just how I start the game, and it's super powerful way of starting. Oh yeah, there are also diagrams for these, and save games for if you are a Patreon supporter, then you can always just grab the save games if I remember to upload them. Yeah. There you go. Also, usually when you build a massive pipe going through from far away, I think it helps regulate the flow as basic belts do. Yeah, but that's what I don't think it should be necessary. I know that it might be necessary, and that's the kind of thing that I wanted it to not be used for. there a video that answers the question to proliferate or not to proliferate? Nope, not really. I think it's something that I kind of have been mulling over and what to do in that case. And it's also like a bit of a temperament thing, because it depends on if you have a lot of coal and power available. And there are different times in the base, but I would say, since you are going to use coal and power for proliferation, then it has to be something that is more valuable than coal and power. So stuff like iron ore, nah, definitely not. But something like, I don't know, unipolar magnets, absolutely. Right? What are we building? We are building... Ta-da! There. This is what we're building. So, circuit boards, 181 circuit boards, and this is the size of it. And the idea is that I designed it to be 3 times as much. So, yeah. Let's see how much we need here. Oh, we did. This is the wet sheets, moisten sheets. Think about that what you will. And that's going to be a problem, because that's going to be too much water for what we have. Damn, this build. Damn, this build takes a while to build. And it's just 1/3 of what I need to build. Moist copper or moist sheet or both? Definitely both. So here is where I... Whoops. I don't even have that. Oh no. I don't have the belt, the pipes. Let's go back and research the pipes. Huh, interesting. So I was supposed to release a video today. I mean, I don't know if I was supposed to, because I really want to try to not force myself to make a video every day. But I had plans to do some work today, and I managed to not do any work. Like, obviously, the kids are home. So first I had to bring my son to the swim camp, and then I came back, and then I had to make sure my daughter was getting up at a reasonable time, so she can get up at a reasonable time next week for school. And then we had to go shopping, go to IKEA, go clothes shopping for her as well, go shop for sort of school utilities things, and all of that stuff. And then when I came back home, I was like, after a trip to IKEA, I was drained. There was barely any life force left in me. My willpower was just absolutely tested. So I just couldn't work when I came home. I just couldn't. So anyway, I found a new show that I actually really like, and I don't get why I like it, but I really like it. Well, I do know why I like it, but I don't. It's still weird. So, did you order the laptop? No, I'm going to go on there on Monday and order it. But I do know what it is, thanks to the moderator feedback. The YouTube state of the channel, I did that yesterday, so I should have had a Captain of Industry video out today, but yeah. Or keep working on my massive video that's going to take forever. And is taking forever. And it's so difficult for me to... And this is like the biggest test. Like, I'm not going to be talking about what that video is, but I'm working on a video that is different from what I usually do. And I can just tell that I have zero motivation to doing it, which is also a very important learning. Like, I just don't find enjoyment in sitting down and go like, I'm going to spend the entire day on getting 10% more complete on this video. It's just not enjoyable for me. It's just not how I like to create content. Anyway, that was not where I wanted to go. I wanted to talk about this show that I have started watching that I really enjoy. Did he say Deadwood? No, I've watched Deadwood. I didn't say Deadwood. That's pretty obvious why I like it, because it's one of the best shows ever made. So yeah, that's pretty obvious. Now, this is on a silly little reality show on Netflix called Car Masters, From Rust to Riches. And like, I'm not a car guy, but I really enjoy like the business model that they are working on, and like the idea of just grabbing a piece of shit car and then doing custom work so you can make it valuable, maybe like to $25,000 worth, and then trade it up for some other piece of junk that is more valuable, and then they fix that up, and then it gets like a, I don't know, $60,000 value, and then they trade that up to some rare carcass of a car that they can then turn into like a 100,000 plus car. And I think I think this is such a cool idea for a business model, because it doesn't rely on too much operating cash, and then just follow the stuff they do. And I don't know why that's appealing to me, but it does. I like it. I don't know. I wouldn't say that they are false, but I think, of course, that the objective is to make a good show. This primary objective is to make a good show. The secondary objective is, well, to make it a reality. But that's just wrong. But for example, there's a thing like that's definitely missing. Like, for example, they never talk about the fact that they have a contract with Netflix, so they can't be in a pinch for money. Like, it's pretty obvious that they must have a ton of money, because they made a contract with Netflix, who are following them around, and they get a monstrous amount of marketing and branding as a result of that. And they never talk about it. But that's the fact when it's on season 2 or 3, that, yeah, people know Gotham Garage from Netflix. So of course they can command a much higher price, because lots more people know about them. Right? And that's the thing that, where I say, yeah, that's definitely that's false, because of course they are they're going to be really happy about, oh yeah, we made I don't know, they made $20,000 on a car, and now they split it 5 ways, or however they split it, and then you go like, yeah, but you must also be making something from the fact that it's a Netflix show. There must be some kind of deal in it for the team as well, right? Orange County Choppers, yeah, something like that, right? So whenever, because they're going to get, like, whether it's going to be a salary or anything like that, then they're going to get compensated for their time, obviously. And that's totally fair. It's just that the whole idea of them being in a pinch economically doesn't really make sense when it's a Netflix show. The car builders only get paid when the car sells, except that if you have a Netflix camera crew following you for an entire season, they're going to pay for it. They're definitely going to pay for it. And even if they don't pay for it, they pay for it in exposure, as it is called here in this gig economy. Yeah, so there is a tremendous amount of value that makes them not being authentic, because they are part of a Netflix show, and therefore they have like advantages that their other custom shops nearby just don't have. That's the one. Some rubber and plastic. Can't play rent with exposure. Really? That's a lot of influencers who think that. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if I own a company and Netflix comes and asks, hey, we want to follow you for a season, I know the value for my company, right? I have employees, and then even if I tell the employees to go like, yeah, you know what, this is it, this is what we do, it's good for the company, then that's something you have to compensate them, because that exposure isn't really as valuable to them as it is to the company. Right? So they'll be like, okay, well, yeah, so Netflix is gonna follow us. They go like, yeah, but I don't want to be a reality show star. I just like fixing cars. Like, yeah, but how about you get $50,000 at the end of the season? Okay, I like to be a reality show. There we go. Now, and then they do the thing, and then that's how it works. And from that perspective, yeah, they're not in the same economic pinch that they would be without Netflix, because Netflix is going to have to pay them something. Yeah. They don't get paid a wage. They get a cut when the car says, I know, Budray, but do you not hear me? Do you not hear me? I know how the business model works, but that's not the business model they're in. They're in the business model of doing a Netflix show. That's a different business model than buying a car, fixing it up, trading it, fixing it up, trading it. That's not the same business model. They're in the business model of, we are now a Netflix show that just happens to have previously had the other business model, and we'll pretend to have this business model. But you can damn well be sure that on a season 2, Netflix is coughing up a stupid amount of money for this, because people like the characters, want to have a season 2, and they'll go like, yeah, we want to make a season 2, but you know, we already got the exposure, we can leverage that exposure, but if you want to make a second season, yeah, that's... How does your user rate? Like this? This is just update 6. Yeah. Yeah, good. So the thing is, like, it's fake from the perspective that they're not going to be in economic pinch, especially not the company owner, when it's part of a Netflix show. And that's the part that I can agree. Yeah, of course, it's fake from that perspective. Also, like, I know it's my guilty pleasure. I watched what was it? Below Deck. Awful reality show about sort of the crew on... Shut up. The crew on luxury yachts. I liked it because it's just, they're all horrible people, and they're all sort of, they're actually doing their job. But the thing is, like, they're happy about their, I don't know, $1,000 in cash for tips, and they get a salary. But then on top of that salary, they basically get double their normal salary as part of being on the show. So the show pays them, and then they get the salary, and then they get the tips. So they're making a lot more money than they would do if it wasn't because it was a show. And that's something that they don't talk about on the show, because of course they don't, but it's going to be a big part of it, sort of from their perspective, that it's more attractive to be on a being a deckhand on a luxury yacht that is also part of a show. And of course you can't talk about it, because that kind of undermines the whole idea of real people, reality, all that crap, right? We're talking Rust to Riches, yes, mainly, yeah. Yeah, Rust to Riches, I know it's just sidelining into something else. But Rust to Riches, I really like it. Like, what I really like about it is that you just see this piece of shit car, and I go like, why would they buy a 60-year-old junkyard crap thing? And they go like, this is amazing. Like, this is really good bass, and look at the motor. And I'm like, a 50-year-old motor? What the hell? And apparently they work. I don't know. It must be the dry climate in where they are. Because things do not last that long around here. I guess if you're in Texas, then you never have freezing, and you never salt the roads, because I mean, engines just don't last as long around here. Chef on a yacht, and she looks good. Okay. Yeah, I like season 2. The first 2 seasons, but 3 and 4 gets a little old. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's more of the same. You got the gist of it and that kind of thing. But I like the idea of, also, since there's no change of character, that kind of makes it a bit after a while. We liked having the same character, but there needs some new dynamics as well. Alright, did I have what I think I needed down there? Nah, I think I need more of... We need this for the Mark II belts or pipes. That's probably fine. Let's get a few of these. Yeah. So I think particularly I like it because I don't understand cars, and therefore sort of when you see the transformations, then it is more akin to magic than craftsmanship from my perspective, because I don't understand how that can be done. How far from Illumina are we? 30 hours. Yeah, at least 20. 20 to 30 hours. You're an experimental. It says experimental. Oh, right. AD Phantom. Oh, you're answering. It's impressive. Yeah, that's also why I think this is a good place to take a break. You know what? You know what would be really cool? If we could get another set of colors, because it's kind of empty over here, but you know, maybe we'll get that later on. You never know. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll see where we can go from here. All right. Yeah, I had to look up Google a C10 65 or 65 C10 short bed, and we're like, oh, it's an old truck. And yeah, it's I think it's interesting from the perspective that they actually have value. It tells it says something about how well they're crafted, but also probably something about the conditions they are being stored in. I mean, even if they're not being, even if you don't treat them well, then if they're being stored in freezing temperatures and rain and snow and all that crap, then it's probably going to be in worse quality than if it's stored in dry temperature with barely any rain and never any snow. Then I'm presuming that will, because I can't imagine anything that's any engine that's or any car that's 60 years old that isn't sort of in a heated garage somewhere that is anything left except rust buckets. Do you agree? I don't agree. I don't know anything. What is the most popular car in Denmark? It's some boring Toyota or something. I don't know. Modern cars today won't last 30, 50 to 60 years. Yeah, but there's also like a lot of the electronics that just is there, and I guess like a part of it is also like the fact that an old combustion engine is actually, I mean, quite simple. So if the steel isn't corroded, it's still gonna work. Corroded, whatever. Right. There are fewer things that can go wrong than if you look at a modern engine. And then we maybe go back to an electric engine because they are probably pretty good. Well, they are. Electric engines are way better. Way simpler. And I think simplicity is good. Do you live in Denmark? Yes, I do. Feels out of date already. I mean, my car is also from 2012. And it is out of date already. Yeah, cars today are like I saw somewhere like a Ford Fusion, or that's a Ford Mondeo in Europe, has 10 million lines of code in it. That's more than Facebook. And I'm like, oh my god, everything here is wrong. Oh my god, why did you not say that? Oh my god, why? Yeah, so you wouldn't think of Ford Motor Company as the premier software developer. Yeah, and that's probably just kind of worrying when a company who's probably not strong. It's always a problem when a company that is at its core not an IT company finds itself in an industry where they suddenly have to be an IT company. Like logistics is another good example, right? It used to be about making good deals and knowing your trucks and your people around, and just it was good craftsmanship. And today, it's an IT business. This is the out. You don't have robot like Victorian Satisfactory? Nope, nothing except just elbow grease to build the same thing again and again and again. And at least we have good company to keep us here. Can you explain the reasoning for using fast belts between the splitters and the slowest belts between the splitter and the machine? Why not use fast belts for everything? On the way out, it doesn't really matter. But on the way in, it's because of what we talked about previously today as well, about letting the manifold sort of reach saturation as fast as possible by branching off as little as possible. In terms of then the outbound belt, yeah, sure, I can use the highest tier belts for everything, but I don't need to. So it's just ammo. For this part, it's more of a tradition. Ah. Instead of measuring line of code, the company should be measuring, does it do what it needs without crashing faster than the prior version? Yeah, but no. I mean, lines of code is an excellent measure of complexity, because that's 10 million places shit can go wrong. And all things being equal, if I'm making a car that runs on 10,000 lines of code and you're making the same car that runs on 10 million lines of code, there's a much bigger likelihood that yours is going to fuck up than mine. From the sheer statistics of things. So I think lines of code is a great way to measure complexity. It's not a great way to measure developer performance or functionality of the system. But that was not what I was talking about, because I don't really know what a Ford Fusion should be doing with all those lines of code. Right? I just don't know what why it would need so much coding. And my first intuition is that seems woefully inefficient. But, you know, what the hell do I know about cars? There could be like good separation, and here's a program that handles the braking, here's a program that handles sensors, here's a program that handles braking, steering, you know, and they would be completely isolated from each other, and therefore it doesn't add to the, particularly to the complexity. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah. It is aligned. Good. This build. You only need to build it 3 times as big. Shut up. Okay, that's something. Input, output, input, output. Yeah. Okay, we're getting there. Has almost 200,000 lines of code. Times the memory, there was... Oh, right, yeah. With electrical cost here in Sweden, it's now actually worth it. Yeah, there's a problem in Denmark with getting solar panels, and that's in a legislation base. The problem is that if you get solar panels, you have to hook them up to the grid, and then you are just basically part of the grid. So you get paid. You get paid for adding to the grid, and you pay for getting from the grid. Problem is the rate you get paid is like the industrial cost, but the rate you pay is like the normal consumer pricing. Problem is you can't use your own power before you get from the network, which means this is the whole point. Like, you'd want to sell the surplus to the network, but that's not allowed. You have to sell everything to the network and then buy your own power back again. Like, well, that's a shitty way to. Well, that's a good way of not encouraging solar panels. Is enough power available for such a big build? Yeah, no problem. This is not actually that big, and we have 3 gigawatt of power available, so no problem. There's an abundance of new solar. Hello, Cashmere Goat. I mean, for me, that sounds like a law that's made by the lobbying from big energy companies. Like, oh no, we think of, oh, that's going to be really complicated. The only way to manage this kind of thing is if they become a supplier to the network. Oh yeah, okay, and that just means that it's not efficient. Adding to that is that it's calculated on hour-by-hour basis. Other places calculated for a whole year. Yeah, that makes it even worse. If it was on a whole year, then you could go like, okay, so net I've been consuming this. It's got to be Dong. Yes, Dong indeed. Well, Dong is a shitty company. They're even more shitty because they stole the brand for Ørsted. They have nothing to do with Ørsted, and they just took a family name from a known Danish scientist, and they went like, fuck you, we have your name now, and we've copyrighted it and trademarked it, and now you can't even, sort of like, but we've been called this for 300 years. It's our forefather you're named after. Like, fuck you, we have money. That's how it went. yeah. But then again, having a company called Dung is not great if you want to be an international player. Oh, more stuff that I haven't done hooked up yet, and more stuff here as well. Right, okay, Cashmere Goat. I don't think it works. I don't think it works. I was saying that I wanted to see a new color on the factory, and yeah, that's the... Somehow that's not happening. But thank you for trying. You were standing there with the ticket for the train, and the train is cancelled. Sorry.
A kind gesture.
Try again. Now you have 2 tickets to a cancelled train. How does that feel? Train is still cancelled. Ah, or outbound. Good evening, Bartek. Well, I appreciate you trying, Cashmere Goat. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bartek. You can help. Yep, that's another ticket to a train that's struggling at least.
Our
39.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Thank you, Miss Timney, for the gift sub, and thank you, Tomsky, for the 16 months.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
How is this not working? Oh, right, this is the one that was our template from before, so that's wrong. Huh? What? Right, it is a splitter, and it's supposed to be coming from here, I think. Okay, got it. Hey, Jay Besterman, thank you for that gift up. Yeah, I know I'm gonna run out of this, but there's no point in going back until I run out of it. So it looks like the train is at least coming into the station.
More shall gather.
Ooh, Bartek!
More shall enter the
Pushing
fray.
that train out of the station as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. 10 gift ups. Pushing the train out of the station. Let's leave the station. Yes, let's at least leave the station, because Cashmere Goat is standing there with 2 tickets to the train and wasn't going anywhere. I tried 100 earlier. It's never been 100. It has never been 100. So that has not changed at all.
Tales of
Hey, Shashini, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Must have been a different channel. Yes. And there's a good reason why I do that. Because I like to thank people for donating, and I feel it devalues the thank you if you thank people for too little, because when people then donate more and they also only get a thank you, then it just kind of... That thank you should not be, thank you for donating 3 cents. Like, that, no. There has to be something. Some kind of minimum that makes sense. That's just the way I said it. Thank you, Cashmere Goat, for the 1,000 bits. Now you upgraded to a first-class ticket on your on our little train to see where that goes. 1k bits, thank you. And thank you, PJTR, for the 500 bits. Okay, let's go grab the stuff that we were missing. Yeah. It works so well, this part here. It is really flashing outside. Oh, nice. I love thunder and rain. I like that summer rain and thunder and just like, oh, it's so good. Sitting outside, preferably under something, and just sitting there with a good view and just see the thunder rolling in and all the lightnings and counting and that's so good. Love it. That's because it's not really dangerous around here, so that's why it's no risk of flooding. There's no risk of lightning strikes. There's no risk of anything. So it's forest fires or anything. So here's just a spectacle. Right. So I can understand if you live in a place where there's prone to flooding, you're afraid of sort of that, or you live next to a gigantic, or in the middle of a gigantic forest where there hasn't been a forest fire for the last 30 years. Then you might not like the idea of thunder. All right. 81% on our level 2. I was hoping we could maybe... Yeah. Tomsky, 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Bartek is still in the lead with the 10 gift subs, and Kashmir got with 1,000 bits. We had a storm with thunder while driving into Jutland today. Great start to the vacation. Yeah, that's the one that came over here this afternoon. Last time the house in the power grid. Yeah. Level 2 completed. So we need one more level in order to get a new color. Would be nice. And there was someone some time ago who said like they really wanted to win so they could get a really ugly color. Just to annoy everyone. I thought that was a good idea. Where was I? I was building? Not here. I can't remember where I was. Was it? Must be over here. I don't have things at this point yet. Ah, yeah. Good evening, Fred.
Gleaming endowment.
Is runny oatmeal a color? I don't know, but you're well on the way to winning. Thank you, Kashmir. I really appreciate you you kicking this one off. You're gonna need to find some allies in order to get this to the next level, but really appreciate it. Pipe Mark 2. Yeah, we're making circuit boards. 181 circuit boards per minute. So 3 per second. Woo! So basically what you do, what you have in Factorio after playing about 10 minutes. What will the be used for? That will be used for computers mainly. Mainly for computers. Go. Thank you, Miss Timothy, for one more gift up. Yeah. Halfway there and 25% progress on the train. There. And I think we got everything. Is Satisfactory actually like the toxic girlfriend? More like the demanding girlfriend that wants me to do every single chore in the house all the time, every day. And I still do it, and then there's, no matter how many chores I do, there's still going to be more. That's how I feel about it right now. All right, less than 2 minutes. I really want to see this to a level 3. I have no aspirations of seeing this. Well, I do, but I don't have no hope of seeing it get to a level 5. That's not going to happen, but we could hope for a level 3. So we can get a new color set. Alright, so everything is connected. Do we have... We don't have... Oh, Bartek! It was you then. It was you. Thank you so much. That is so generous of you. So damn generous. It won... Oh, it's 2, 3, 4, 5 gift subs. 2, 3, 4, 5. Amazing.
Tales of our endeavors.
There, circuit boards. There, and Rain, thank you also for joining in with 5 more gift subs. That's a good start for the next level. There we go. Yeah, find my comrades. Yes, indeed. Although I'm not in such a capitalistic endeavor as a hype train, I don't think a comrade is the right word to use for it.
A kind gesture.
This is Worker. Thank you for joining in and getting your a ticket on the hype train. So we need power. After this, power, and then raw materials, obviously. Raw materials is the worst part, but you know, we'll get this one working first. Whew, everything is done. First class fair train traveler. Yes, yes, yes. Hanging out in the exclusive dining wagon where only the upper class is hanging out. Yeah, that's it. We'll go down here. 32%. 32%. I'm gonna have to see if we can get a few more random people coming in. Let's see. Oh, Serum, thank you for the Serum 22. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Is this train like Snowpiercer? Yes, definitely like Snowpiercer. Such a silly concept for a movie or a show even. That's even worse. Let's see. There. Okay, so how much do I have? 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Good. Oh. That'll need to go. Hold on. Oh, it's over here. Interesting. Okay, 2 minutes. Dirty Vader. Dirty Vader. Welcome, Dirty Vader. You know what? I don't think I want that one anyway. I think I'll actually just get it here, because that can service both. Screw any kind of symmetry on this, but 32. Was that comic book by origin? Yeah. Yeah. And I guess it makes more sense as a comic book. It doesn't have to be as meaningful as a full movie. Alright, where are we? 1 minute and 30. We are over halfway done with this level. So it could happen. It could happen. It could happen that we get in there. I think I'll build this even though I don't need it. Just for building like these frames. I like building these frames. I like having these frames at least. Everyone will sub in a few minutes. No. quite far away. 60 seconds. All right. Last chance to keep this Snowpiercer going. Yeah, someone snipe me. Yes, absolutely. Someone snipe Bartek. Because, oh man, he's going to have the ugliest color. Someone needs to take it away from him. Nope. Snap it away from Cashmere Goat. Hey, knock yourself out. I think Cashmere Goat was doing this just to help out and on getting the ball rolling more than anything else. 20 seconds. No. Well, we're getting a level 3 at least, so that's nice. Get a new color. I like this color, but hey. Ooh, Cashmere Goat. Wow, that's nice. You're securing your snipe. Unfortunately, that's coming in a bit late, so that can't really motivate someone to get the next badge in there. Ooh, 50k badge. That is glorious. Thank you so much for that. That was another 2,500 bits. Sweet. New badge. And congratulations to Cashmere Goat and Bartek for the glorious hype train, and everyone else for joining in as well. And we get this back. Yeah. Look at that. So nice that we can just get in here. So if you have some colors, now you have to pick colors. Yes. We'll do that. Probably not good. Here. Eight more. All right, let's see. What has to be right here? 40? All right, I'll get the colors in a second. There. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got from Barthik. You got a color? Nice. Nice. This is making everyone regret it. Blah. Blah. Yep. That's disgusting. Z2 for BG. Yep. Hey, that's your privilege. And now that will be a warning for everyone else. What happens when just want to see the world burn. Absolutely. This is I just want to see the world burn kind of color. Yep. That's glorious. I'm looking forward to making my YouTube episode with this beautiful thing. Yeah. I think I'd watch the rest of the stream without glasses. Yeah, me too.
Welcome home.
And Marcel, thank you for the 16 months. Hey, you guys, you should have been part of the hype train. That would have helped getting us onwards, and then hopefully someone else could have outbid into the 1970s. Well, I am from the 70s, so yeah. Maybe change the color. Yeah, I could do that, but I feel that I could, but I'm not going to, because this is kind of our collective collective reminder that the power rests with whoever wins. Captain of Industry update making me drool. What's in a Captain of Industry update? Yeah, Brown leader. Brown 2 standing by. And then we're 5 years old again. I think I'm just swapping them. I know. I could do that, but you know, this is the way of the world. Bunch of quality of life stuff. Yeah, I mean, Let's see. Would that be like... I don't know exactly where I want to go, but... Oh my god, this is awful. Yeah, at this point, now that I'm kind of done with Captain of Industry, then I would really like them to sort of go back to building some cool big things that are not going to be ready just now, and then come out with a major release instead of sort of... They can continue to make like small releases, but I don't think they should have a trickle of features. They should sort of have like a big feature bunch at some point. There. So, it's looking good. It turned out worse than I'd hoped. Perfect. Good. By the way, why do we have to do power lines? My god, this is a lot. Next Captain Industry update, power lines. Yep. No copy pasting them, of course. Just every entity, every belt must have its own power lines. I think, and here again, super big hypothesis that has no basis in reality, just me. I think that Satisfactory is not good at killing their darlings. So this is an important part, and because I think that if we look at electricity, like how it's done, then well, they added the possibility that when they added the batteries, then they added the possibility to chain them, and the same with the lights. You can now chain them. I go like, well, if you build this functionality, why not put it on machines as well? And then there's no reason why they couldn't do that, right? I can't see why that wouldn't be possible to have machines also be chaining them. And I just think that I think it's one of those, like, no, this is how it works now. So people are using it that way, that's the way it's going to be, so no need to change that. And what they should have been... Because the fact that they added the other part is because they know that there's a limitation. There's a problem with the existing implementation of electricity. So otherwise, they wouldn't have changed it the way to make it simpler. If it was working flawlessly, perfectly the way it is, then they wouldn't have changed it. Oh, look at that. That one should actually have been... I'm an idiot. This should have been the one. Yeah. Well, I guess that's a thing now. And I can't really come up with other examples, but I really just feel like that's a bit symptomatic of how they do things, that they are like if they fix something, they don't necessarily sort of retroactively fix it. if they fixed it for batteries or accumulators and for lights, that must mean that they know that the current system is not good. So fix it for the rest as well, right? Is in hold the cable from the last pole, click the ground, a new pole pops up that you didn't have to place. What? No, chaining is going like this. From this to the next one. See, that doesn't work because these can only have one connection, but accumulators can have two connections and lights can have two connections. So you can go from one accumulator to the next accumulator to the next accumulator until you've added all the accumulators to in a one single line, instead of having a million nodes like we do here. But you know, it is the way it is. But just give us electrified foundations. That'd be nice. Imagine a foundation that required one circuit, like it concrete and circuit. So you couldn't build it until you have an abundance of circuits. But once you have abundance of circuits, you would just be like, yes, from now on we're going to be at least making like a line of electrified things down the line here. That'd be so cool. That would be so cool. Give us that. So let's assume we're building a giant circuit factory. I was just thinking like steel wouldn't make sense, but circuits would make sense. And then missed one. Really? Somehow, yes. Yeah, copper wire, but then it would be too easy, or early tech. And Caterium wire, yeah, sure. It was just to sort of indicate that, yeah, it shouldn't be an early game option. It should be something that's a bit later. Yeah, so the question, do I think I'll be hooking this one up today? I don't know. No, I don't think so, because we haven't built any of the two factories and we haven't built all of the train lines in here. Here comes the next problem. That means it's going to be on that one. There. Yeah. Always wondering when I'm at this stage of a build, I go like, I wonder what fundamental thing I haven't thought about that is going to screw us over. How about the size of your factory is governed by how many computers you can hook up to it? 40. There. 40 more. 40 more. Too bad when it's 8 hours to rebuild everything if it's broken. Yeah. Well, it's gonna be less to rebuild, but still a lot. Let's see. Let's make it like that. This one is only 11. The previous one was 18, so this is simpler. Alright, let's talk a bit about other games. Have anyone heard or played a game called Railroad? As in route or route, depending on where you are. No? And go all the way down. So no one has heard about that game. Well, that's interesting. Crickets? Yeah, exactly. Nope, that's not what I said. But I'll spell it for you if you don't like my... There, no. Come on. Come on, stupid fingers. Work. There. Hello, Skippy. Good evening. I think everything is hooked up now. Yep, still no? Okay, well that's... The good news is then that no one has heard about it then. Alright. Heard about it, never seen it played. Okay. Well, maybe we'll give that a shot at some point. It looks more like a professional train scheduling software package than it looks like a game. It is exactly the same sort of as the packages I've been using in my education earlier. High stress tolerance. Great. That's one of the many things I'm known for. Oh, it bothers me. It bothers me that I've done this part. When it's so obvious that I should have done this part, but alas. Looks very cool, very schematic based. Somewhat. What was the Factorio like where the machines and products were just geometric shapes? Oh, that's shapes. Yes, not Turnius. Shapes, that's what it's called. Shapes.io. Alright, so we have now all the recipes, all the belts, all the power. Only thing we're missing is actually the inputs and outputs. I'm sub to a channel called Squirrel. He does vids on it. Okay, but you're not sub to his channel. So now what I want to... The water has to go down there to the water, obviously. So I'll just bring that No, I need to go both here and here. So I actually need two, no, one. Yes, one water pipe. But water pipe means that these are not allowed to go here. Okay, so what do I need? This. This has to be output, and then it means this one down here has to be the output. Because the output is the one that comes out from furthest away, so I need that to be sort of here, and that should be enough to get above this line here. Yeah. But I do think I'll take all of these up too. I like having them really packed together. I don't know why, but I like it. That also means I can get this here. Yeah. One, two. There. Let's see if this is... Yep, nothing below, so that's good. And then... This is going to be the first input, so that actually just goes in here. So that means ore has to be the furthest away. Okay. So be it. There you go. That's inbound. And then I'll be killing this because I don't know. I want to make sure that I control when things are coming in. The next one is redo, 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 redo. Good. This one is going to be a splitter. And it will now come in from the side. Okay, and this will be a merger, and it'll be pointing that side. Round. That one. And wait for it. That's glorious, right? It doesn't take any space, it just works. Yeah. And the second one is going to be, what is that going to be? That's going to be this raw quartz crystals, which needs to go... How is... Yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. It's Neverly. Thank you for the 24 months of loyal support. Thank you very much. And that needs to go in here. One, two. So that one goes in there, and then it'll be... Maybe I do this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it'll make it ever so slightly easier for me to determine when this gets started up, because then I control that line. Good. One, two, and that will go. This is something outbound, and that's something else outbound. Okay, we have a problem. We have a serious problem. Shoot. This is making what? Sheets. Okay, so I need the sheets here to go like this. Yep. And I need now... Oh, this is brilliant. I just need this going from here to here, but that's kind of the wrong way again, so it has to be redone, this part as well. That one. Reestablish here. Reestablish this part. And then on this side has to be redone as well. This is what I said when I built it. I said I might regret this, and I did. Not a lot of regret here, but a tiny bit of regret. Ah, beautiful. That goes straight in. So this is where I get my silica. What? Do these not have recipes? Nope, they don't. All right. I'd love to get my hands on a copy of Tectonica, though. Yeah. I thought it was a fun game, but I don't think I want to play it anymore. Not until there's a lot more polish available. There. That's all of these yellow. Good. That's all the outbound. Then we get the next. This is... Yeah, only alpha so far. Yeah, and I also think it's good that they keep it like that. Because it's if they put it on Steam Early Access, then I'd be like, oh, are you sure that's a good idea? And by that I mean it's not a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't need this. This one is fine to go back because nothing happens until we can actually start building things, so this can be perfectly established. Right, so that's the one. So that's also belts filtered in and out. And I think actually I got away with this pretty cleanly compared to how little room there is available. But I think the key point is this connection and also over here. The equivalent connection there. The fact that they don't, all of this manifold goes straight into that manifold without going out here and back in again. So from here, it's now a matter of going down and then going over, under, around. Go below? I don't know. Whoops. God damn, it's ugly. Why are they actually that way? Shouldn't I be linking them as close to here as possible? Oh. It's always cable. It's always cable. And I can only make a few. Do the water first. Do the water first. It's the clumsiest. Yes. And that's connected. Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's important that I get the names on this. So this will be the output. Circuit. And the next one will be circuit, and then whatever comes in, and that will be, let's do it that way. Circuit, this will be silica. Yes. And this will be circuit, oh, that one. Copper ore, that's the one. Mr. Two Dots. It's not actually silica. This is not silica. This is raw quartz. Quartz crystal. No. Quartz crystal comes from raw quartz. Yep. Yeah. The two dots and scooter. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I didn't miss any two dots there. Oh, right. 10 kilometers north of it. All right. Do you plan on playing Railroad? Maybe. Maybe. This is... All right, let's take a break here. It's already 11 o'clock. Good. If anyone comes in during the break, they'll think we have a fully functional train station. We won't, but don't tell anyone. All right, be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll get to see what the next part is. Getting resources in here, and then going out and build the supply stations. Be back in 2. And welcome back. So, Cerebrum, yes, these are the numbers, are the hours in the playthrough. Good morning, Everlist. Super late today. Well, just in time, I guess, depending on what you want to see. Hold on. You have sound. I don't have sound. Say something. There we go. Somehow I turned off my my headset as I was going on break. Weird. Squeak, squeak. Yeah, that was the only sound I heard, was the inevitable squeaking. Yeah, so where do we think? Do we want to get it downstairs below? Or do we want to get it... Yeah, I think we do. Circuit boards today, 181 in this build, but the build is designed to be 3 times as big, though that's never gonna happen. See, now we have problems. Actually, I don't want to build it at this level. I think... So this is inbound. Yeah, about 350. Right. Is enough for in-game depending on recipes. Exactly. Everything is depending on recipes. Alright, this will be an output, okay? So I'll take an output. No, I will not. How do I get it back up there? Someone really should have built a power line up here, down there. Well, there just isn't any room because I decided to make it so close. Silly me. You could run a belt, run belts east to west along the foundation level and branch down in the center, like this, and then branch down to the center. Yeah, but it still has to sort of not collide with this. And whether I take it down or up, it doesn't really matter. We'll see. It's a good idea. Well, at least I can get back up there. West to east. Yes. From over here. Just basically you're saying, yep. Wow. Why did I need to get all the way out here? Alright, so basically you're saying, get it down there, run it along the side, and then branch it in, and in as needed. Yes, that's definitely an option. I agree. That's not necessarily the same as me actually doing it that way, but you know. Yep. I don't have cable. That's why we went up, because I didn't have cable. Oops. Can I go up? go up. Cable. Must be other things I need as well. What else do we think we need? We're gonna need a lot of belts for this. So, our belt builder. This is so good, this one. It's so nice. Jet fuel, that's also a good point. And a bit of some other things, like that one. Not that we really need it, but... And if you... Yeah. For some pumps, I guess. Plastic and pipes and... What about the water extractor? I have enough of everything for that. Ah, that's such a nice brown base we have here. 20! You have 1 stack of cable. I have 1,000,000 stacks of cable. Oh, you mean like I have that one? Yeah, okay. Now I don't. Actually, maybe I should also at some point just get started on what is it we need for our... What's the hotkey for the codecs? I don't know. We'll take... Here's the codecs. Oh, no, yes. So I need automatic wiring, a lot of that, I guess. And I need... What are the other things I need? Like adaptive unit control. Bloop, 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 and a modular engine. Woo! Like there's a lot of crap that I should be starting to build here. Like we can't even build this, but because it needs the computer. So, I don't think we need a lot of this. So we're gonna be like, I think it's like 100 of this or something irrelevant amounts. But that's where we get the automatic wiring. And then we have modular engines is definitely the other one, which will use smart plating. And then I think we need a lot of... Is it the automated wiring we need? No, it's a versatile framework I think we need more of. You know what? There's an easy way to do it. I need to go over and figure out what this needs. So we can get us... you can't handcraft it, but you can box craft it. God damn, what a shitty factory. Okay, that was close. 100, 500, and 2,500. Okay. So this means we could start by making, for example, 1,000 smart plating and then just go like, that's taken care of. And also this part would also be, so it's 2,500, 500, and this one is, well, that's a lot of wiring as well. Yeah. I feel it might be a good idea to start working on these, I also feel that I should have a dedicated box crafting factory like this. This is my dedicated box crafting factory. It's just unfortunately not near anything. It's a thing.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
The man with cake. Thank you for the 26 months. I haven't been able to tune in much. Hope you have been well. Yeah, well, I'm better now because the man with cake has showed up. So that's nice. But yep, I'm doing as well as one can expect, given life and everything. How about yourself? Oh, I don't want to do that, Evelyn. I don't want to build factories for it. It is it is so useless to build those factories, I feel. Because it's, look at how long time it takes for me to build a factory. I am not going to build those factories. It's just blah, boring and irrelevant, and making it for tickets is completely useless. I mean, yeah, it's slightly more tickets, but at this point I don't really need the tickets for anything. I have what I need, more or less. So, been looking for a new job. So I've been pretty busy. Hopefully you found one. I mean, my idea was that I'd want to have those kind of things up here. Like, it's not good idea, but it's kind of a half-ass idea, and you know, I'll take those if I get them. So this works in the following way. I love that. I love how simple this actually is. And you will be doing something. I don't know what. One of those things that we need a lot of. Like versatile framework we need a lot of. Automated wiring we need a lot of. It was... This one was 2,500. So let's get that. Let's get this one to 2,500. Versatile framework. I have 200. I just need the rest. Let's just make some room for crap here. Yeah. Statues absolutely needed. Do I look like a guy who cares about statues? I did once back when I was the chairman of the residence council at the dorm, and I'd been chairman for 4 years, and I insisted that we should have a giant statue of the reigning supreme leader, me, just built 5 meters tall, like basically get the people who built the Saddam statue that was pulled down around that time, and then just get them to build one of the... It never really... So it didn't really work. Since then, I've not really been much into statues. They seem to not really be as popular as I would have liked. There. And then we get the other part. Yeah, let's just get all of that crap. Frank. And get one back here. Right, so that should get us stuff. I'll put that here as well. So you are working, that's good. I could actually build one more next to it because I don't really like having this one here. I certainly don't like having this because it's overreaching on this part. I know I got completely distracted now. If I should have this, it should also be for exactly the same purpose. Maybe I don't do that now. Maybe I built one more of these for building the other thing that needs a stupid amount of. And that's the versatile framework that also needs a lot of, so we'll get that. All right. Let's see. Versatile framework. Oh, that's gonna... No, that's not it. Not that. Automated wiring is awful because status are just not a thing that we have. Yep. And then status. And let's see. This is 1 for 1. So however many of these I want, I'll go down here. And for some reason, this is just absolutely horrendous ratios. I don't get why it's stacking up so much. But it is. Deconstruct the building with those boosters? No, you don't lose them. I must have done some serious miscalculations. Like, it looks like all of these out. Oops, didn't get it. No. All of these outputs are off. Right, I have something I don't need. That one I don't need. Here. Here. Like, you are producing at 5 per minute. And you're also producing at 5 per minute. You are consuming at 10 per minute. So why does it stack up? I don't know. Oh well. Well, we got a few. There. And that one. Yeah. And we'll go over here and just junk some of these things that... Oops. Alright, cables. I think it's faster to take this entrance. And look at that. That's my cables. Maybe get some cables ourselves. And get stuff out here. Good. Everything is happy, right? You got stuff? No. Yes. Maybe. Why is this one... No power. That's probably a good idea. That should work. I'm like the hub design you've done. It's very well done. Thank you. I do like it as well. It's like the best thing is just it's super convenient. Like we just have things super easy and we generate a lot of tickets, so it's good. All right, let's go back here. And then we also started working on the next part. It'll take some time for it to get up to 2,500, but you know, as long as we get it going, then it should be fine. Right, so we were bringing this power down here. Too long. Yeah, so here's a... Well, that's all good and stuff, but how do I get the other ones powered? Yeah, I think that's it. Actually, I think that's it for all of them, including this. All right, so that's 1 in and then up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. From here to that one, and then we connect from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then from here Is that okay, or should I be bringing it back? Oh, I should definitely be bringing it one back. All right, try again. One, two, three, four. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks good. I always wonder, do you get more power out of a power pole versus those power connectors? No. There's no such thing as more power. You either have power or you don't. There. Straight up. There we go. That is how to connect these properly. Always from the bottom, always just one tile in, straight up. Doesn't need power through the rail. Only if the other end of the rail is connected to something with power, and it isn't. So somewhere we're going to need to get our power, things connected. So, and these are not connected yet because, well, they're not. All right, so now the next part is inputs, outputs. Now I'm thinking, let's see, that is outbound. Yep. Yes. No. No, 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 no. Okay, what if we do this? That will bring in here. And this one. Yeah. But that's kind of... Then I kind of have the other two at the top, which means I'll get... let's see, this, and this will now be a merger. I think this has to be up and then out. It's gonna be super complicated. It can be done. Hinges on this. So you're going in here, and you are... Yeah, so these two are collected in here. I'll go down there. And no, because I can't merge it in as 1/3 compared to the other two. Then it's not going to be balanced. So that's not good. Oh yes, I can, because this is getting from here. I'm sure someone has a good idea in chat. I just need to test my own idea first. And then I'll see if you have a better idea. One, two? Nah, this seems right, but it can't be. Oh, right, it can, because it's weird. That's it. That's what I like. All right. It's like the only game that I played that has a mechanic for the mount The amount of current that that wire can carry. Yes, that's true. That's a troublesome part. This will be unload. Yes, unload. All right. Does this make sense for everyone? And are we in agreement that it works? If not, I'll re-explain it again, and then we'll see. So each of these are outputting evenly. That means these two will be merged in here. So what comes out at this end is the merger, the even merger between these two. Then I do the same thing for this. Merge and merge into this one, which will then take the two front, combine it with the two back, and that will have us everything evenly merged and go out. I think it works. And that gets us to where we want to be. That you can't change that when a train is in the station. What? Oh, right, yes. This was the copper, and then I'll do the same thing at this location. That one. Yeah. And if I can make it like this, then I can also make it for the loading. That's the loading. And then and it has the sound, and this will then be the unloading. No, that's another load. This is also an unloading. Unload, 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 unload. Confirm. Yes, raw quartz is being unloaded here. And then I'll do somewhat the same. This is now going to be inbound. So now we need to do a splitter build instead. Yeah. And then you go in. And that will be another splitter that goes here. So that goes half of the belt, 1/4 of the belt, and the last quarter of the belt. Yep, looking good. And that will also be coming, that'll now be coming up from, I think I need to have it the same place. Consistency and all. Yeah. Let's go below and see what we have. If we see what we are working on here. Yep. That one, and hello, magma. Looks tight. Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's because it's... Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Look at that. That is absolutely not a problem at all. I thought we had an issue here. And then if I can recall correctly, no, I can't. Maybe like this? Yeah, that looks about right. We have another option as well, and that's if I drag all of it this way, but then I have to turn you. It's clipping. Doesn't really matter much, but it's just super easy to avoid, so let's not get sloppy about that. Maybe. Maybe this one just goes out here. Then we have 3 lines next to each other. Yeah, it's pretty good. Do I drag it? Yeah, I drag it below here. Yeah, that's gonna be... Yep, that's how it's happening. So you need to also go a bit out from here, and that will be... Yeah. And from here all the way over to... When I'm done with all of this crap, then I will find out that I've mixed up the belts and then it's all wrong. Can you blow up the rock? That's actually potentially an up-blowable rock. Let's see. It was an up-blowable rock. You're coming with me. Oh, that this is working like this. And... pff, one off. Of course it's one off. What if I instead had done... Yep. I thought that you would run the belt from west to east along the factory foundation and then branch down to the station. Nope. Didn't want to do that. That was an idea, but it was not the one I chose. I like this one better. It's basically I just don't see a point in... this is not going to work either. In running it down the foundation if I don't have to. That should be, yep, that's the other way because that's outbound. All right, so now I need to see if we can do the infinite thing as well. Well, I'm off tonight. All right, thank you, Darks. Thank you for joining. And I also need the water. I think I'm going to punch the water straight through this. Oh, look at that. We actually have a shadow. But as we go further away, the only shadow that's available is the legs. Ah, we're out of these soon. Look at how beautiful this ladder is. The only point of this color scheme is the beautiful ladders. Okay, so let's try and do the infinite something trick. And that will be stupid ladder. Here. And go. Ow! Okay, that was, don't read chat while free falling. And we see. How you wanna happen? Crossfingers not mixing belts. Yeah. Well. Don't know if I actually like this. Maybe I do like this. Sort of to a certain point.
Our illustrious
Yay!
champion
Illustrious
returns.
champion. Thank
Welcome
you.
home.
Welcome home. Hey, guy in the cube. Good evening. Good to see you. And this. Howdy. I think a howdy is probably as contextually incorrect in a way of approaching me as dude and bro. But, you know, it's not a Zoomer thing, so it's okay-ish. Right, I like this. I like this. I live in Texas, so exactly. That's why. That's like when you go to the UK and you take a bus and the bus lady calls you dear. Like, that's also a bit weird. Or love. Like, that I. So yeah, it's a contextual thing. It's a cultural thing. I think it's a cultural thing. All right, I like it. Water sucks. So let's do that. We're getting slowly closer to our objective. And how many water things do we need? I don't know. A few? So that is middle, 1, 2, and then middle. Is it though? I think that's the one. Nope. Nope. And then if I'm standing here, that should be possible to get a clean insert. This is also incorrect. We don't need that. What I do need is there. Okay, so that's the middle of this one, so it's going to be 1, 2, and then the middle of this. All right. Ah! And if I then stand here, voila. There. So this will be powered a lot. Yeah, don't try to put these in. There. This will be 300, and then I'll bump up another 300 from the other one. I always want as few of these as possible because they are absolutely awful. Go. So that's the easiest part of the water show here. I have no idea where to build it, but let's just give it a shot. Let's just drag it somewhere useful, and then we'll figure it out. We must be. Oh, I see this one. I need to get hold of this, so drag it down, because that's our benchmark. But right now we're not getting anything done because we don't have any iron rods. So just take a nice stroll here in, what is this called? This is called what is it called? The new area here. Swoosh. Hello, Jeff. Good evening. What a time to join. Tasking you to mop that foundation. Well, I don't think there are any dupes that want to do any work these days. Has it been a satisfactory stream? I think so. All things considered. There. I have enough of that, and can't believe that was the one that we got screwed over on. Let's also get how many we got this. Yep, let's get that up here. Maybe one. Actually, I can't imagine anything that involves this. Ooh, what is that? 1, 2, that's 400, 800, 1200. So I can get 1200 and I need 2400. So this one, I guess we might as well do When this is full, together with the one in here, then we're good to go. Cable. Not much going on here. Actually, we'll get more cable, because of course we will. What about the top one is... Oh yeah, that's still the majority of the problem. I'm 50 hours in, my current time, basically no progress past steel. That's nice. I mean, 50 hours in and still working on steel, I think that's pretty good. Don't feel bad about that. Yeah, so I actually need more of these, and they're not really coming in fast enough. So we could just, you know, like temporary, kind of just scale it up with just a little bit more here and there. Just a little bit more, and we'll forget why we did this, and then I'll be confused and think like, what, that's the wrong ratio because I did it at the end of a stream, and that means I can't remember a damn thing. I have a few people around who, at least one of you will pay attention and help me out with why I did something as silly as this. Yeah, but you're right, DEFCON, it is difficult. Once you get steel, you feel like that's a major milestone because you're looking at steel and go like, ah, that unlocks everything. Then you have steel and go like, now what actually? Totally understandable. I feel the same way. But after steel, then I would get like encased industrial beams so you can unlock tier 4 builds, then upgrade some power, and then start working on unlocking tier 5, 6. That's like the simplest. Wait, what did I want to do again? I can't remember. Oh right, actually get up. Oh, actually get this one. Oh, that's not much. And get a few here. Hey, Thornfist, thank you. Whoop. 1, 2, not a lot. And let's get that one in here. Good. So yeah, for anyone who's just joining now, this is what we built today. So this thing, it's pretty good, I think. I'm quite happy with it. And now we need to get that one. Oh yeah. It's water. It's supposed to be soft. That's a lie though. Whew. So that is straight up where we need to go. One, two. I'm out for 20. Thank you for the prime and welcome. Appreciate the late subscription here. Guess that's... Sometimes I do that as well, where I'm like, I'm watching a stream and then if I like it, then as either they're about to end or I'm about to end, then go like, yep, I enjoy it. Here you go. Here's my sub. Yeah, now the true chests. Maybe we can from up here just... Yeah, I think so. Damn, getting back up from down here is tiresome, complicated, annoying. I don't know, something. And there, up. And one more up to get to the level of the train. Mark II pumps, absolutely. Mark II pumps, they're not particularly more expensive, but they are necessary. I wonder why this corner here is not taken. Right, so from here, I got an idea that what if I just built that one? And I built a hole right there. And then I try. How long did it take you to fire it ins and out? I don't know. It's a weird question because I don't know how that would actually. No? This one can't be infinite? Ooh. Yeah, but the pipe support, I don't like these because they get too close. If you look at it, then it's too close, and then when I'll show you why I don't like it here. See? It goes in and out, so it's in the wrong position. That's why I can't use it, or don't want to use it. Right, so the whole figuring ins and outs of the game, well, do you ever? I don't know. Not this. Not this? Maybe this? I don't know. We'll try. I need some way of getting up here. Even if it's a bad way. It's Vistimini. I read it as yum, it's raining men. Like, yep, yeah, that's I hear that's a good thing. That's what I heard. In there, yeah. Oh no, why did I? How did these just... No. Concrete is in the way. Nah, I think it's fine. Well, I guess we'll just get, like, something out here. And we got it. This will like be our... Upgrade that small pipe segments. I think it's level 1. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean... Mark 2. Mark 2. This is a floor hole, so that's why it looks a bit weird. It's not a small segment, it's a floor hole, and they're fast enough. Alright, so then we sort of have to go down, no, break, burn, there. That's a Mark II pump. And the next one is going to be here. And then the next one will be somewhere else. Power poles. Oh, that's sweet, this power pole. So close to actually being perfect. Did we get an extra hour? No, no extra hours. Don't think extra hours are gonna happen for Satisfactory anymore. Huh? Please, 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 please. Boo! Yeah, doesn't work. We'll come back next time and then figure out why it doesn't work. It's a lot of, there's still a lot of effort left on this before it's ready to go. Well, hi and good night. Yeah. Right, I think we made good progress. No frustration or any kind today. Just good factory building, and I think that's nice. Nice when we actually do some efficient factory building here. And let's go up and look at our train station. So basically what we are working on next time is going to be getting the silica mining into a train and get over here. Getting our copper mining, getting in a train and get it over here. So that's still big things to do. Tomorrow we'll be returning to Oxygen Not Included. I can hope that it's going to be it can be as good and interesting as it was yesterday. It was really surprising how much fun I had and how good sort of the feedback was. So let's try and see if we can get that going. I might be doing a short stream on Saturday with just doing the Ixion thing. I'd like to do that, and it's only available until the 8th of... why can I not click that anymore? Oh, Windows 11. So you used to be able to click on the taskbar on the date and then get a little calendar pop-up, but that doesn't work anymore. That sucks. Oh, right, it does work, but it only works on one of them. Yeah, okay, like that. The 8th, that means that's on Monday. Okay, cool. So, yep, I'll try to get some video out for you tomorrow. Maybe a Captain of Industry video. I think that's the one we have. We are missing the most. We're not ready to do any Satisfactory video yet. I might do like an Oxygen Not Included summary thing, but I don't know if that's something we want to do. Maybe as a sort of hyping up that we are streaming it again. Who knows? I'll think about it. This week is super busy because I have the kids and it's the last week of summer vacation. Next week I'm just myself and no plans except just content. So Mega Basin book is done. Yes, very much so. Thanks all for joining. Good night. Take care. Stay effective. And thanks Bartek, Kashmir, and everyone else who supported on the hype train. Good night.